Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, I should say. Feel free to type in the chat, let me know that you're there. Hi, Hawkeye, how are you? Let me know if I have echo. It seems like I might a little bit. Alright, today we're going to talk about the Voynich Manuscript, specifically the Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher and the Compendium, which is a compilation of my 2024 and 2025 research into the Voynich Manuscript. For those of you that don't know, the Voynich Manuscript is an early 15th century Astro-Botanical herbal, which basically means that not only does it use plant-based healing system, but it incorporates astrology as well. So the Voynich Manuscript is unique in that it is ciphered in an unknown script. It has resisted decipherment and translation for over 600 years. It was said to be held or in the collection of Rudolf II of the Habsburg dynasty, who is extremely interested in the occult and all things mysterious. So he collected a lot of things from all over the place that had to do with the occult or that were mysterious in nature. And one of them happened to be the Voynich Manuscript. The Voynich Manuscript was found again by Wilhelm Voynich, which is how it got its name, its colloquial name. It's actually known as the Cipher Manuscript, according to Yale University. In fact, Yale University has the manuscript in their possession, and this is at the Beinecke Library. So let's get started with, I have here a slideshow in the bottom right corner to kind of give you an idea. There's also another book that looks very similar, recently brought to my attention. Which book is that? Are you talking about another medieval manuscript? Look for Erbino. What's Erbino? Let's see. I'm going to Google it in another browser. Is that another medieval manuscript? Manuscript Erbino. A 15th century herbal from northern Italy. Oh, you're talking about the herbario. Yes, I've actually looked through it. I have it saved in my Is that what you mean, the herbario? I have that in my archive.org list. No, that's okay. I was like, Erbino. Well, that sounds interesting. What is that? No, that's great. Thank you for the suggestion. But yes, I do have that in one of the many manuscripts that I've been looking through since 2023, trying to solve the Voynich manuscript. You're kidding. Don't worry, me too. Okay, so let's get back to pull this up. Okay, so the Voynich Manuscript, folio 1R, the very first folio with text, with the script. In the very first paragraph, the author of the Voynich Manuscript, who I presume is Clement Specker, I feel like he has the strongest ties to the Habsburgs, and he is interestingly absent from the copyist scene during the time period in which the Voynich Manuscript was actually written. No, you're fine. I like questions. I like comments. And so in the first paragraph, I'm going to just say Specker, just to condense and not have to say the author of the VM every time. Okay, so Specker called the Voynich Manuscript the Scriptorium, okay? But he sectioned them off into two sections, two main sections. One called the Curatorium and one the Codex Constellarium Aster. Okay. The Curatorium, of course, is the collection of the herbal specimens. The Codex Constellarium Aster, of course, is the codex of the star constellations. Excuse me. Which includes all of the astrological zodiac. Okay, those are called the folio ani, or the folio annuus, or the page of the year, which I've condensed to the calendar. I reference it as the calendar to make it easier to read. There are many other sections in the Codex Constellarium Aster. So it's a codex because there's lots of things within it, right? That includes the folio ani, folio osis, which he uses the term osis for disease or illness. So he's using terminology in unusual ways. So osis is typically a suffix, right, to represent disease, right? It points to the previous, the prefix, right, the main part of the word as the type of disease. But here he uses osis as a noun. So, and he does these types of unusual conventions in order to keep the cipher very uniform, which has made it more difficult to decipher. But once you kind of see the context, you're able to figure out what he means. So there's constraints to each glyph. You only have like 1 to 4 different meanings at most for each glyph, if any. Sometimes it's only one, if that makes sense. Excuse me. I may have to grab a water in just a minute, just so I can kind of keep talking without raspiness, so I apologize. All right, so let's move forward and get into the nitty-gritty, the awesomeness of it. All right, so here we have Yale's digital collection. I'd like to choose this one because it shows the folio numbers, makes it a little bit easier so that when I reference it in my my book, we can easily go back and take a look at the actual folio rather than an excerpt in my book. It makes it a little bit easier. So, okay. All right, so here we have my book. This is the most up-to-date version. This is the Dalai Lama version, and I actually call it that because I presented my work to the Dalai Lama in October of 2025. It was my first edition. This was for his 90th birthday. It sat in customs for such a long time, but it came through. So I am currently still waiting on an official response. I'm hoping I get one. We shall see. But alas, it is not over. I am continuing. I am being the squeaky wheel. because this is so interesting. And you're probably wondering, wait a minute, why does it have anything to do with the Dalai Lama? So the Voynich Manuscript is not entirely European. Yes, it has a Central European origin, but it is not at its foundation European. It is entirely based in Tibetan Saurigpa and Kala Chakra Tantra, which is all Tibetan Buddhism. And I will get into that explanation in further detail in a little bit. All right, so I am not going to go into too much detail concerning the history and the authorship. I will say that Clement Specker was a sacristan monk of the Franciscan order at Königswald Abbey in Windisch, Switzerland. And you're more than welcome to take a look at the book. The first version is available on Amazon. Second version has just been made available on Amazon. Both of them, of course, discuss that. Okay. I do kind of delve a little bit into the meaning of some of the glyphs in that section, but I don't really go into it in depth until later on. So here we have the physician's lexicon. It mentions the term contritus, which was heavily used in pharmacological context in medieval Europe. Okay, it is the Latin word for to crush. Okay. And here we have 9TT9 right here in the Voynich manuscript. All he's doing is double looping. And this double loop here in this particular context is double T, okay? But at the same time, the double T is a double loop. So not only do we have a crossed ascender, okay, but we also have a double loop to represent missing letters. So it has a dual function. And a 9, the number 9's meaning changes depending on whether or not it's placed at the beginning or if it's placed at the end. So if a 9 is placed at the beginning, it represents con, cum, or sen. A 9 placed at the end represents AS, US, IS, or ES, or OS. So here we have a first official understanding of this glyph here. It's contritus. Okay, and in Campelli's Lexicon Abbreviaturarum, we also see that very explicitly as 9TT9, but just without the double loop. So we have some images here of the Garden of Eden on the celestial map. This represents the Garden of Eden, and here are the 4 rivers. Here again we see the same exact symbol in the map of the world, represented in El Burgo de Osma in 1086 in Codex 1, the red square with the crossed blue rivers. Here we have another instance of an exact example of quatuor. Here we have quatuor. But I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to another section to kind of further explain that. Okay, and here we have, I'll explain Quatuor later. Okay, so here we have the actual translation of Folio 1R. Okay. Which is this one here. Okay. This is Folio 1R, and the entire folio is translated. Okay. This is the symbol for codex. And here is Constellarium Aster. Okay. Here's the word for curatorium. This glyph right here. Here you have a 9, which represents UR. This is a C. Okay. Curatorium. Okay, curatorium. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and read the translation. Now I'm going to preface this with the fact that it's going to seem choppy. You sometimes have word agreement issues, but you have to understand that the goal is to make it as uniform and seemingly limited as possible. Certain things are understood. For example, hawk, okay, is represented by an O throughout the manuscript. But it's not just hawk, it's all of its declensions. So the reader, when reading O, is supposed to automatically choose the correct declension, depending on the context. So here we have the Latin decipherment. Solacuius codex constellarium aster, constructa amene curatorium, recti oras electo esse cum flores curatorium sed, enim oras erb aster. Okay. And that says solely through the Codex Constellarium. That should say aster. I don't like that it translated it as star. I wanted to keep it as to Latin. The curatorium constructed at dawn. Let the correct hours be chosen, indeed those of the flowering curatorium, also the hours of the herbal. Oras folios annuus, cui laboro amene curae aster annuus electuari. Electuari sancti et cetera autem terra flores ordinat. Constituta amene curos electuare, cum electuario, cum electuari enim sedera amene. Et cetera solum oletius, hoc laboro iodem et enim. Orum oleatus electuaris samen, hoc stellarum ordinat ort aliter. Enim annuus cum creati aster, electuarium celestia et celsia mene cum sedera advertis. So it says the calendar pages hours are also those which work to heal, moreover the electuaries. The holy electuaries and the rest, also the arranged earthly flowers, are determined from a greater electuary healing, since the electuary is indeed from the morning star, which is Venus. Furthermore, only the olive tree, and because these oleated electuary seeds arise in the garden in the same manner, yet with greater healing, the electuary is heavenly and very potent when you turn towards the stars. So here we kind of get an idea of what he is leading up to. He keeps talking about holy electuaries and how earthly flowers are used to make healing electuaries. That regular seeds, you can make regular electuaries and they work well. However, he's stating that the most potent and the best and the highest, the most holy, okay, the most heavenly, electuaries are the ones that deal with the stars specifically. Okay, so that's why he says when you turn towards the stars. The next passage says, Vero sidera erus rectorum celestios, actus sidera recti laboris celestiorum curatio sidera, cum hoc curatius curatio. Sed hoc folio creo cum olii cuiorum creo electuarius. Omnes cuius sanitas curatiore flore enim samen curatiore celsiorum curatio, that should say curati osas, samen ordinaras. Ordinaris labaro eodem said. And no, reading it isn't going to summon anything weird, no spirits or anything. Maybe dakinis, but again, it's through the Tibetan Buddhist concepts. So in a way, yes, you're meditating on the dakinis and you're meditating on all these things, and I'll get to all of that later. But no, it's not like the Book of Soiga or anything weird like that. So don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, yeah, like the wand there. Nice touch. So it says, true, the stars are the rulers of the heavens. The movement of the stars guides the work of the cures of the stars with this cure of cures. But I create this page with the oil of which I create the electuaries. Every one whose health is cured by flowers is cured by the more potent seeds, but ordinary seeds work in the same way also. Verus sanitas celeste causam orum, enim celestias completamini curatio, curatia celestio sumerum essentia ort curatio, folio curatio cum oleae ab verum, oleae eodem quart, cum folio aliter, curatio sanam enim herbias, samen curatio cum herbias flores, samen celestias. I'm going to read this all the way through. Celestio sanerum enim electuarius curatio orum sanitas, sed sanitas omnes cuiorum hoc samen creo sanitas, cui sed ort ani sedera. Electuaris flores sunt samen curae, herbias herba, et curare curatius florum cuiorum flores et creatus curo, cuiorum recte hoc sancti filius Deus. Folios cuius sunt ordinaris creatio samen curatio, facere asteris cum creatio laboro creatio folio ani, curatio est curatorium sed sunt electuaris sancti, electuaris constitutio, curatorium curae flor, sunt curatias celestiorum cum sedera ani, sanam herba sunt enim secutara curati electuarium. Ortavimus creas curae, cuius est domino laborum, electuarum enim summa hoc electuaro curatio, filius cui ordinat creatia sanam herbias, oliorum samen. Yes, I was able to decode it. True health is the heavenly cause of these things, for the healing is completed by heavenly powers. The highest heavenly healing is the source of all healing, the healing of the pages with the oil of truth, and their birth year is the healing of their health because of the herbal seeds. Healing with herbs, flowers, heavenly seeds. The healing of the celestial electuaries is the cure of this health. Health is created by the seed of all of them. Health is created by the birth year. Electuaries are the flowers, the seeds of the cure, the herb of herbs, and whose flowers cure completely. Of which flowers, this should not say and animals, it should say flowers. Flowers I take care of, which is commanded by the Holy Son of God. The healing pages are arranged. I create the seeds of healing, When you have created the work of creation, of whom the Son of God is also, the healing is of the healers. But they are sacred electuaries. The constitution of the electuary is the healing of or from the flower, which the seeds are from the flower. That's what it's insinuating. There are heavenly cures with the stars of the year. Healthy herbs are because of the following electuary cure. We have created cures, which are the labors of the Lord. For the electuary is the highest healing of the Son of God, to whom it is ordained to create health from the herbs and oils from the seeds. And here we have the last, excuse me, the last passage of Folio 1R. Sorry, my dog is whining in the background. I need to take him out after this. Est curo curatiorum, curatio folio, cui eius, cuiorum, laboro curatio sequi, etc. curatius. Est cum sequentes, cuius rota sedera cum sanum, cuiorum sanum electuarium, sedera curatiarii, stellarium, sedera curatius, electuario curatio, flor stellarium, curatio amene hoc florum samen, celsi aster, electuorum samen. Electuorum sedera cum cuius, orbias ortus samen, hoc folio creatius folio hoc stellarium, orbi, cuiorum flora sequentes. Sumerum sequitario curati, and that should say curati osas, it should not say osas, as, but is. Flora curatias electuaris, ort, cui circumficeres. Ficere sumerum cui labori curatio enim. Creatio quart, creatio folio, creatio laboras, creatio tabulus, secutum. Yes, I do later on in the book. The book is 332 pages. Excuse me. I'll kind of go over that in just a minute. So the English translation is, it is the cure of cures, right? The healing page of which its labor I follow, and other curatives. It is with the following: the wheel of stars, whose stars bring health. It could be whose or of which. He's using them like interchangeably. Whose healing electuary. Now I should also clarify. He uses by whose, of whose, to also represent the patient. So he could very well be saying the patient's healing electuary. Okay? Well, there's no longer lots of interpretation. It's very focused now, and I'll get to all of that in just a minute. Where was I? Oh, okay. The stars of healing, the stars of flowers, the stars of curatives, the electuary creation of the flowers of the stars. Healing comes at dawn from this flower's seed, the lofty star, the seed of the electuaries. The stars of the electuaries with whose garden seeds this page creates, in the roundel of the stars, whose flowers follow the highest sequence in curative flowers, and the electuary garden around which you will have made it. You will have made the highest for the labor of healing, which for, indicating the four humors, which page, which labors, and which table to follow. Okay. There are two main reasons why the Voynich Manuscript was ciphered to begin with. Okay. And this stems from the national background and the religious background of the author, but also the foundational contents of the Voynich Manuscript. Okay, so it had to be ciphered for both reasons. The cult of the Myroblite was around during the early 15th century. Okay, and it had to do with the Fons Olei, which is the holy anointing oil that Jesus used. Okay, and nuns during that time frame were trying to have more like divine feminine focus, and not just male-centered Christian liturgy and things like that. which that was looked down upon. And so that is the cult of the Myroblite. The other reason, which is the main reason, is that the text itself is based on Tibetan Sour Rigpa and Kalachakra Tantra. And Kalachakra Tantra is the main reason, which it's because Kalachakra is extremely advanced Tibetan Buddhist practice. Okay, it's the most advanced, and it's not to be, the secret version is not meant to be out there and just broad public consumption and knowledge. And so that is why he ciphered it. I'm going to take a 1-minute break. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a little, let's see here, the mini slideshow while I All right, I'm back. I apologize for that. Had to take care of the puppy and grab some herbal tea, which is actually my elixir. I'll go and talk about that in a little bit, about the difference between the electuaries and the elixirs. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so the reason for the ciphered script is both the cult of the Myroblite as well as the very advanced Kala Chakra Tantra within Tibetan Buddhism. Here we have an understanding of what the green colored liquid, and we presume is liquid, right? What this finally is. So the green liquid is olive oil, okay? And Clemens Specker, throughout the manuscript, consistently calls olive oil the best, the highest, the most potent. And he associates the olive oil with Jesus. So he uses that frequently, and he says Olei Isus, but he drops the J. And so also here in figure 2, we have 2 olives. They are being squeezed by the women depicted here. And there you have the olive oil and the seeds being actively pushed out the other end. So these women are active participants in the creation of the olive oil. I do apologize if you can hear me drinking the tea. All right, so figure 2, we have olives. And the rest of them, we have them bathing, or I would say pressing the olives to create olive oil in the vats. You're probably wondering what the tubes are that you're seeing in figure 5, the weird squiggly lines in figure 3 and figure 4. Those actually represent the heavens in figure 4. The heavens as a tent is the theme. You'll also see in other medieval manuscripts that the same exact style of scalloped margins on these tents and things like that represent kind of clouds, or the separation of the firmament, where it's typically Jesus coming out of. So. And in the book by Clemens Specker, the Chronicles of the 95 Rulers, therein you see the exact same scalloped margins. He's the only one to have drawn them in that exact way. Other medieval copyists did a slightly different version of the scalloped margins. In figure 6, we have the most important indication of Tibetan Buddhist Tantra. It confirms everything in here just by itself. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. But the tubes you see in figure 5 are actually a specific type of pottery. It's Gujarat Kavda pottery from Gujarat, India. And it's specific, that type of pottery is specific to holding oils, and that was common in medieval times globally, because it just holds the olive oil or the oils the best. I will Google some images of the cob de pottery in a little bit once I pull up and capture some of Yale's folios over here. So we have numerous instances of the women in the olive oil vats. Now, I would like to clarify from the very beginning that the Voynich manuscript, it does have males. Here you have one guy over here. There's some others on other pages. The Voynich manuscript is not only for women. It is for both male and female and everything in between. It's just for whoever. It doesn't. The gender of the patient, the biological sex of the patient, does not matter. Excuse me. Unless, of course, the medicine has to do with, feminine issues or male issues. But, of course, that's a specific issue that would be addressed by the practitioner. Here we have in figure 14 the 5 elements of Tibetan Buddhism. I actually accidentally misplaced this, I do believe. So it's elsewhere as well. Let me go ahead and search for it. I appreciate your patience here. Let's see. I could have just typed in 5 elements, huh? That would have made more sense. That's so slow. There we go. Come on. Okay, Vaughn, you're more than welcome to have your opinion. I really urge you to actually take a look at this in depth. All right, so we have the 5 elements, okay? Wind, earth, space, fire, and water. Okay. This is space, fire, water, wind, and earth, represented by the seeds. These little dots are seeds. And so these 5 elements are extremely important in determining the patient's, like the humor, the 4 humors it discusses, and these are all found within the text. So you've got melancholia, you have phlegma, sanguis, and cholerasis. So instead of calling it just cholera, it's called cholerasis in the Voynich manuscript. And it took me a while to find chlorosis because it looks like, excuse me, electiosis, but it's not, it's chlorosis. And the only way I finally found it was because of frequency. Everything else was already found. I had to figure out, like, okay, this has got to be a noun. It can't be this other thing, and this plant matches with cholera, so that must be it. And so I tried it, and it worked. And so no, it's not another fake one. I'm not going to really engage with comments like that. You're more than welcome to read my work. It's quite extensive. If this was fake, I'll say this. If this was fake, it would not be coherent, it would not be logical, and it would not be repeatable across every page. All right, let's move on. So another neat thing is that the 8 auspicious symbols, oh, before I get into that, here is the name of Jesus right here. E-S and then symbol, number 9, okay? The number 9 on the end of words is represents A-S, I-S, U-S, E-S, or O-S. Now when the number 9 exists on the front of the word, it represents con, sen, cum. Is there any ambiguity about words like Jesus or God? No. Those are the only ones that are, I wouldn't say only ones, but those are the 2 major ones that are the same every single time. There is no other meaning. And Deus only happens 1 time so far out of everything I've looked at. So ES9 is always Isus with a drop J. So phrases, we often see phrases like Oliai Isus a lot. There's also Folio Isus, the page of Jesus, which is the one with the image of the baby Jesus with Mary. And Jesus within the text is associated through the imagery and just the function with the medicine Buddha. So the Voynich Manuscript is literally a Christian, Tibetan, Buddhist syncretic work. It literally is just abbreviation. It's just highly redacted abbreviation. That's all it is. And he's just using slightly unconventional methods to make it ciphered. So in medieval, it's not just phonic. It's just redaction. So in medieval manuscripts, what makes them difficult to read is that you can have the same brush stroke, right? The same same brush stroke to mean C, T, R, E, I. And you see how complicated that gets with differentiation. And so he played on that. He used that to his advantage to cipher the manuscript. Excuse me. All right, let's get to, because I want to answer some of your questions about derivation. Derivation, I can't talk today. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes, I actually bring that up in the book. Hmm. I mean, it still has vowels here, so it's just highly redacted. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Okay, so this is the symbol, the glyph set for phlegma, F, and then an A. This is the term for colorosis. C is right here. L, L, R, and then osis, colorosis. Here we have M for melancholy, melancholia. Okay. Remember how I discussed the women in the oil vats, okay, and how their purpose is to create the olive oil? Well, they're called sisters. He references them as sisters. So you're like, oh, that's easy. They're nuns, right? Um, but he goes much further in using the idea of sisterhood, okay, to describe the relationship of parts between the plants, the oils, the humors, and the stars. So he uses the allegory, the analogy of sisters to describe how they're related with each other so that you can pick the correct oil and pick the correct star, so on and so forth. So he says, the sister being, and then you say either the humor, the star, the plant part, like all of that. So if the correct humor, for example, sanguis, okay, excuse me, is supposed to be associated with a particular plant on, let's say, folio 12R. Actually, I can't think of it right off the top of my head, okay? So let's say the associated humor for folio 12R should be melancholia. He would say, soror enim melancholia, the sister being melancholy. Or if the correct humor for that plant, right, is, not humor, sorry, oil, okay, he would say, soror enim oleae Iesus, the sister being the oil of Jesus, or olive oil. Here we have different forms of uh, the humor sanguis, or blood. We have sanguinem, sanguines, and sanguis. This humor was always seen as the most important. Of course, you have the blood of Jesus, right? So I'm just assuming that is why he has the variations more so than the others, and not just an issue of grammar. All right, so another important aspect of why he uses sisterhood analogy. He actually took this idea from Sanskrit methods, especially in the Rig Veda. There's a commentator named Sayana who makes note that as a common practice, okay, it's a poetic method of explaining relationships, and it's often used in Sanskrit works. And because Tibetan Sour Rigpa pulls from Chinese traditional medicine and Ayurveda, of course, it would kind of use this method, right? And so he decided to use this to make everything more streamlined. So here we have an example of that, and it's throughout the manuscript. SO represents soror. This is et or enim. It could be either or. Okay. And this is sanguis. Soror enim sanguis, the sister being blood. Now I'm going to go ahead and switch over to Ort. Okay, this is extremely important because without the sets of words for this, it's really difficult to figure out. Okay, I probably shouldn't put, let's see. Ort has numerous meanings in Latin, numerous. And the funny thing is that it is every subject matter that he would need to talk about. So it made it super easy for him to use Ort. Probably shouldn't put that. Okay, let me make this easy on myself. I know if I type in the word erba, it's just not going to, that's going to give me like 400 instances. I appreciate y'all's patience. Thank you. And here we are. So the B's are actually hidden. This is a B in some instances, not all of the time. Okay? That's why this is confusing. So here we have ER, ER, B. Okay, the H is dropped. Here we have EL, but because this is across the sender, it represents a missing vowel, E. Okay. I'm sorry, this is Celestiorum. Celestiorum, so this would be a C. A missing A in the front and an E in the back. Celestiorum. This is Electuaris. Electuary. Okay, this just kind of gives you an idea of, you're reading it this way, but you're also having to factor in this loop represents missing letters as well. this is the phrase contritus samen. This is the one German word in the entire manuscript. Everything else is Latin. And here we have in Capelli's Lexicon Abbreviaturarum the same exact symbol set, contritus, 9TT9, which means to crush or pulverize, and it's specifically used in medieval pharmacological texts. You crush the seed, you pulverize the seeds, because you're going to put it in a carrier oil. And this right here was like, oh, eureka! I found it. This is, I'm on track. Here we have the F. It's not only is it an F, but it can be an RT, ST, and then of course when it's combined with the CC looking thing, it also represents a B on the right side. But it always follows the same exact conventions. It does not deviate from these things. Sorry, that's my puppy. I apologize for the noise. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go check on my puppy, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Okay, now I'm back. Okay, so although that there can be multiple meanings for one glyph set at times, there's still constraints. You can't just pick like literally whatever you want and go with it. It has to make sense. It has to be repeatable, and the context has to determine it. And this is what I wanted to discuss earlier on. This is an exact example of the word quatuor. Okay, it's a direct match. Here we have the symbol for qua, okay, and then O-R. Qua, O-R, quatuor, representing the four humors. Qua also means a rum, but he's again using two different meanings for the same symbol, depending on placement. Here is the symbol set for said. Okay, it is a corruption of the original set, S7. Capelli in his lexicon does mention this. And if you want to look this up, he mentions it at 15, page 15.3.31 of the Lexicon Abbreviaturarum, which you can find on archive.org. Of note, when you look at repeated words in the Voynich Manuscript, that represents a punctuation mark, a period. So the end of one sentence, the beginning of another. When he could not do that, he would write it as similarly as possible. Let's see if I can find an example. Here we have ortus samen. Ortus samen. This is cui orum. Laboro. This is sumerum, of the highest. But it is also sunt aqua. So the context is what determines what it is. What are we using, right? Here again in Capelli's lexicon, we have est, okay? This is written separately. So we have an S here and then a crossed T here for the ST. Here's the E. Now, in the Voynich Manuscript, it's written like this. All he does is take the E and make it a part of the end there as a loop, as a half loop, a crescent. So we have E, S, T, est. Some of the Tironian notes that he uses are pretty much concentrated on what I call the wheel of the labors, the wheel of the four labors. Okay, and these were the meanings I was able to what's the word I'm looking for? Deduce because of all the other Tironian notes that exist. So here we have preus, lead or go forward, liber, tempus, potens, ad hoc or ab his. This represents the number 7, which is important. I'll explain why. This is talis. This is tale. So here you have the I right there, talis. Okay. This is T and an A put together. I'm going to go ahead and jump to the section where there are Tironian notes. And let's see here. It takes a minute to find it. I've noticed PDFs are always slow to search, especially when there's 332 pages. Okay, so here we have the four labors. Okay, here's the translation of the rings. Okay, here we have the middle outer line. I just label it that way to make it a little bit easier. Okay, so 7, I just say 7. I know I could say the Latin 7, but I just put 7 down to make it easier. And this is on folio 57V. It says 7 causa quaecum rota eodem enim 7 enim aster ort essentia. Enim hoc sunt rota elixir cui essentia. Enim qua elixiris rota enim orbis. Sunt elixir hoc ilius, hoc enim fere, sunt asteris curae. I could not tell what this word was, so that's what I put. Ent enim, it could be et or enim aster. Sunt sumerum constructus et cetera, summa essentia, enim olei circum, sunt curae. Sed sunt folio aqua enim oleus. And I put licit because I think that's the most appropriate, is licit, the permitted. Cui ius. Cui enim solus amene sumerum stellari ostendent, cum 7 enim ort. Cuia sunt aster asteris illo folio, aster ort aqua, sunt hoc qua curae fere aqua, sed scriptionem hoc folio curati enim causam. Okay. Oh, and here's a good example. Ort aqua twice. Okay. So that's how you determine the beginning and end of a sentence. It's repeated, so then you just put a period. And this is where we get into the true Kala Chakra discussion. Kala Chakra Tantra and Tibetan Buddhism. Okay. Within the Voynich Manuscript, the 7 are referenced. Okay. We've got the Pleiades. They are called the Soror Asteris, the sister stars in the Voynich Manuscript. And those are extremely important in determining when to make an electuary or when to make an elixir. It seems like from what I understand so far, it seems like the elixirs are more tied to the Pleiades than the electuaries. It seems like the electuaries are more tied to dawn, the morning, and Venus. So the English translation says, the 7, which are with the same celestial wheel, indeed the 7 being the birth star's essence, indeed this they are, the celestial sphere's elixir, whose essence is as that of the elixirs in the celestial sphere, indeed the roundel or the orbit. They are this elixir. From that, this indeed they will be. They are the star's cures. And I put ... because I couldn't tell what it said. And being the star, they are of the highest construction always, the highest essence being the surrounding oil. They are the cure. Also the humor page being the permitted oil for whom it belongs. Here, for whom represents the patient. He uses this phrase to represent the patient. Which indeed the sun at dawn of or from the highest star constellations reveals, due to the 7 being from, for here we go, from whose, right? The patient, okay? Birth date, rising or origin. And here we go, what I described earlier, the importance of the word ort, O-R-T. It can mean many things. It can mean rising, origin. It can mean garden, because in medieval Latin they dropped the H, right? And the word garden is ort, H-O-R-T, or ortus, H-O-R-T-U-S. So I've put birth date for ort because he could just be abbreviating it to just like ort, origin, birth, right? However, the phrase birth date is listed as ort ani, birth year, right? Ort ani. Okay, so is the star of stars. These star pages birth humor. The birth humors, they are this, as the cure will be from the humor. Also of these writings, this curative page being the cause or the reason. So the 7 are not only referencing the Pleiades, they are also referencing the 7 medicine Buddhas. And historically, the 7 medicine Buddhas of Tibetan Buddhism are associated with the 7 sisters, the Pleiades, right? All right, so that is that translation there. Okay, and then we go to the middle outer line, okay? This is repeated. This same phrase or sentence is repeated. So it shows how important this concept is, okay? He says, Orum sunt enim 7 talis folio elixiris licit preus laboro et enim tempus lex cum potens ad hoc. He says this 3 times. 4 times. Okay? Of these, they are indeed the 7, such as the elixir folio that presides over the labor. For the law of time, with potency or power, goes forth from this. Okay? He's saying that the law of time comes from the 7. And the elixir page presides over that labor. So now you see how figure 202, right? This folio 57V, is aptly named the wheel of labor because it involves the law of time. And that particular labor is where the power comes from. So notice he says this 4 times, and that there are 4 labors. So it's repeating 4 times associated with the 4 labors. Excuse me. Here is something important. Okay, I put such as, but I'm wondering if the better translation would be suchness. Okay, the 7's suchness, and that's important because suchness is a Tibetan Buddhist concept of liberation and the source of truth. And that comes from Kalachakra Tantra and the 7 medicine Buddhas. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm more than happy to answer them. So in Kalachakra, I also want to note, in Kalachakra Tantra, the law of time is the wheel of time. That's literally what Kalachakra means. Wheel of time. And the word often used in the Voynich Manuscript is rota, the wheel. Not just roundel, but wheel. Here we have the middle inner line, Samen oleus hoc licet creas curationem, hoc sunt ort essentia ostendent quanto quort essentiorum sortae sedera cum licet astrologiconem et cum creati samen folio, cui elementus talis sequi hoc sumerum, aqua laboro, cui ordinat curae, labori sedera sumerum, ad hoc Samen amene oleae aqua sunt astrologico 7. And that means from the seeds and oils it is permitted to create the cure. These are the rising essences which reveal how much the four humors and the chosen stars align with what is permitted in the astrological operation, or the astrological 7. Okay. Sorry, my puppy. All right. And when the seeds are created in this page, to which belongs the element such as this, let it follow this. The highest waters, the humors, the labor of preparation, for whom the cures are ordained, the labor of the stars, and the highest celestial arrangement or order. I will be right back. Okay. All right, so here we have, where was I? All right, so towards this, the seeds at dawn, the oil humor, they are of the astrological 7. So that's very, the ending line there for the middle inner line. Okay, the inner line says, Aurum 7 qua enim elixiris amene sunt liber, cerca licet et cum quart talis qua enim. That shouldn't say Libra. What does it say, Libra? Aster ordinat cum laboro qua sed sunt, aster laboro iodum sedera, oleo sumerum curati flos, oleae essentia osis tale et qua. From these 7, those being the elixirs at dawn, they are released around the permitted, and when the 4 humors such as these, being the measure that the star arranges it, when I labor that, or it. Also they are the star's labor, likewise the star's oil, of the highest healing flowers oil, the essence of disease such as this. Soli aster and annuus, scriptorum cum orum folios cui sumerum oleae aster sunt aquas oleae ostendent aster asteris aster folio aqua sed aster aqua aster ort aquas hoc celsi ordinat ortae 7 enim. From the sun, the star of the year, the scriptorum with these pages, which is of the highest. The oils of the stars are the humors. The oils reveal the star of stars, the fixed star, the humor folio, because of the star's humor. The star's birth humor is the highest, and the arrangement or order is risen, the 7 indeed. Okay. So, I mean, it continues on and on and on. It's the same word choice for each symbol set. It's the same constraints. We haven't gone over the plants yet, so I wanted to jump into that. This is where it gets interesting. This is where it gets like confirmation that it is Tibetan Buddhist in origin, that the region is correct. And you can also see how he traveled across the globe and what areas. Alright, so here we have Folio 1V. It's the next page after Folio 1R. This is Elaeaceus, or the olive tree. It is first because it is the most important in the Voynich Manuscript for the creation of the olive oil. Speaking of which, give me 1 second. Okay, so we have the olive tree on folio 1 verso. This is Centauria orientalis, knapweed. This is Nelumbo nucifera, or lotus. It was just creative art, story, or language someone came up with. No, I mean, this was real experience, lived experience. So it's not just someone just came up with it. He documented what he saw in the culture that he was in, and the importance of the plants and the Tibetan healing system, and even so far as Abyssinian, which we'll get to that later. Here we have Katha adulis, also known as Kot, and unfortunately it gets a bad rap because it's used recreationally, and some people, and governments look down on it. Unfortunately, I've written a whole entire other paper on Katha adulis and how I believe it is the original Haoma and Soma of both Vedic origin and Persian Zoroastrianism. And you're more than welcome to read up on that. That is also available on Amazon. But this is Katha adulis, or Kot. And this is found in the Horn of Africa. And this is where he was. See, there's several plants in here from the Horn of Africa. This is the Pleione orchid. This is bladder campion, or Silene vulgaris. Nigella sativa, black cumin. This is a mango tree, you guys. Mango tree, Mangifera indica. Okay. I used to live in Panama, so I kept looking at this going, I have seen this before. Where have I seen this? And then it dawned on me. This is the beginning stage of the flower of the Mangifera indica. Okay. So right before the mango starts growing, like it comes out with these really weird green spindly looking things, and that's what these are. And of course we have the furled leaves of the mango tree of the different shades of green. This is Mentha spicata, or spearmint. This is where I was like, yes, this is it. This is Himalayan balsam, okay? Himalayan balsam. And this is where you begin to see his method of taxonomy, okay? These leaves, the way he draws them is just, I mean, you have to remember he doesn't have a lot of time, right? So he has a quick method to show that these leaves are serrated, but they also are pliable. That's what the waves are. Here you see the white veining, which Himalayan balsam does have in the leaf. It's white. This represents that these are seed pods, this space right here. So he draws dots to represent seeds. So anytime you see a bunch of dots, it represents seeds, the origin of the seeds. Excuse me. This is Echinops retro, or globe thistle. Excuse me. This is one of my favorites, Cordyline fruticosa. Okay, tide leaf plant, or good luck plant. This is actually an aerial view of the tree. You're more than welcome to look at some plants alongside, or if you want, I could pull them up and show you. Excuse me. This is Gaultheria trichophylla, or wintergreen shrub. This, I believe, may very well be a conflation of two different species, which is not uncommon in medieval herbals. This is Hedera nepalensis, or Nepalese Hedera, or ivy. However, it could also be Tinospora. In Europe, Hedera was used for mental clarity. Excuse me. However, Tinospora is an Ayurvedic medicine for the same thing, for mental acuity and cognitive function. What I find interesting about this is if you look really closely, there's some writing right here, and it says Sophia, or for wisdom, so that would make sense. That kind of corroborates that. Folio 8 verso, okay. Here's another Ethiopian Horn of Africa plant. Kleinia abyssinica, or morning widow, okay. It definitely has a bluish tint to it, and the sepals, which are right here, are blue. Here we have Rheum palmatum, or Chinese rhubarb. I know everyone has seen this one, viola bicolor. Everywhere you go, you can find this in front of businesses and people's yards. So, yes, that's what this is. This is another conflation of two different species of potato. I decided that Ipomia was a better, or sweet potato was a better identification for the two. This is, I'm probably going to butcher the word, Lagerstromia speciosa, or emperor's crepe myrtle. Here we have one of my favorite, okay? This is called a Gesneriad. It's Petrocosmia rotundiflora. Eastern Himalayan, southern Chinese perennial, prolific to Yunnan, China. Okay? Now, southern Yunnan, China was originally right at the edge of Amdo, Tibet, of eastern Tibet. And 80% of these plants come from that region, right where the kingdom of Dali is. So he spent the majority of his time there, near Dali, southern Yunnan, China. But again, the state religion of that area was Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism. So I'm going to pull up okay, we're going to go with let's see. All right, and here we have images of Petrocosmia rotundifolia. You see how the flowers grow up in between these succulent leaves. Okay. And they do have scaly rhizomes, which is indicated in the Voynich Manuscript to a T. Perfect match. And when they first start growing out, they kind of peek out through, right? So trying to find one where it's the stage is first beginning. But you get the idea. This is Petrocosmia rotundifolia, and I'm gonna find the rhizomes for it. I might have to type in just Nereid. Excuse me. I didn't want to use any of the images I found because I hadn't gotten permission yet, so. That, and I kind of want to have a, here we go. Here's the scaly rhizomes of the Gesneriads. Right here. That's the image. So here we have the rhizome of the Gesneriad Petrocosmia, rotundifolia, and the Voynich Manuscript. And again, you'll see that in this image. Folio 11 verso is a purple rhododendron. These are extremely common in northern India on the edge of the Himalayas in Sikkim. They actually have a massive arboretum there for rhododendrons. This is a Liquela peltata variegate variety Sumawangai, or fan palm. This is Ceropagia. It's also called the lantern or parachute flower. It originates in South Africa, but it's spread to East Africa and parts of Asia. These originate. Okay, so they originate in South Africa, but they spread all the way to East Africa and parts of Asia, such as Yunnan, China, India, and other islands. Okay, in fact, they just found another one in 2023-2024 in Yunnan. And I am more than happy to show you some images of Ceropagia. I don't know why I keep doing that. Let's see here. I can more easily just exit out of that, out of that. Come on, there we go. Search. All right, and here we have Ceropagia. Here we have the umbels. Okay, there's numerous different species. Okay, here you have the weird petals that some of them are fused, others are open. They can open. Okay, here's a really good picture of one. And here are the leaves. So this is Ceropagia. I'm uncertain as to what specific species. It could be one that's not found yet. There is another species of tree in the Voynich Manuscript that has not been found yet up until 2023 by scientists. And I'll get to that one as soon as it pops up. This is Stachys affinis, or Chinese artichoke, and you can really tell that here by the roots. This is Leia microphylla, or large-leaved Leia, locally called Gajakarna. So let's take a look at this. See? And they have an upward sprawl with the leaves. Oh my gosh, I've been talking this whole time on mute. I do apologize. Okay, great. Let's start over. All right, so this is Darmera piltata, or umbrella plant. Okay, it's another form of Indian rhubarb or rheum. This is another favorite of mine because it's a really good match. Okay, so this is the plant here. Okay, these are the flowers, and here are the strange roots. As you can see, it is an exact match that it even has these little weird appendages coming out, okay? If you go over here, the mouse gestures were immersive enough, awesome. Here you have the same exact thing. He's drawing the weird little things coming out, and here you see him on the side as well. So this is Darmera peltata. This is Hazadirakshta. I can't say it correctly. Neem. It's Indian lilac. This is Lychee chinensis. Chinese lychee. These are female flowers. So the tree has both female flowers on one tree and then male flowers on a different tree. So they're separate in that way. This is Phyllanthus. It's possibly either like Nairuri, Pulcher, or Conchinensis. It's also known as Indian gooseberry, and this is a tree. You can kind of see the trunk down here. He draws it like a little box right there. That's good, right? You're right, it is. Okay, so this is Centaurea diffusa, or diffuse knapweed. Okay, native to Nepal. This is Euphorbia urta, or asthma plant, and as you can guess, yes, used for asthma. This is Alcuba japonica, known as spotted laurel, Japanese laurel. There are several plants in here that are called Japanese, right? Japonica. Doesn't necessarily mean he went all the way to Japan, but it's possible. There are Japanese, a lot of Japan's plants come from South China or Eastern China. This is a really good example of the taxonomy he uses. He separates this one entirely. You have root system, trunk, right? Leaves, flowers, fruit. This is Terminalia, or Indian almond tree. No, it is not an actual almond tree. That's just what they call it. This is either Katapa or Myriocarpa. And the Terminalia is extremely important in Tibetan Buddhism and Ayurveda. This is one of the most interesting, gorgeous plants, very alien-like, that I have ever seen. I would like to see it in person one day. This is called Rheum nobilis, or noble rhubarb. It is in the Himalayas. I know there's some images of it in Bhutan. So we're going to pull this up. You're like, whoa, it's really pretty. And it grows in, rocky mountainous terrain with nothing around but it. And it's extremely colorful. Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? And the seeds grow right underneath the leaves. So it reminds me of a dress. It just reminds me of a long dress. Now some of these are like bright fiery red. Now the top portion, although you can't see it, right? This is what grows first. And I'm going to try to find the image because there's only one of them. There's only one of them, and it is beautiful. Let's scroll and hope we see it. Like this is it's the first thing that you see when it starts growing out of the rocks. Is this it? No, this is a different one. It's not quite the same, but this is right here. That's the crown. It's the same exact shape in the strange colors. Where are you? Here, this one's cut. It's you see how these have red on the bottom? Look how bright red this one is. In the snow, no less. Yeah, yeah. And this one's beautiful. So I'm not kidding when I say there's only one picture of this. I was hoping to easily find it on here. I do have them saved to a drive, but I'm not going to pull it up. So yeah, that's Room Nobilis. You're more than welcome to try to search for it yourself. Just look for, it's really pretty. Just look for that shape, and you'll see it. And it'll have like 4 leaves, main leaves coming up from it. Excuse me. This is anemone, specifically anemone coronaria. So here's another method that Specker uses to show that it clumps together. He'll connect the branches of one to the other. He also does that in Petrocosmi as well. This is an aquatic plant right here. It's some form of wort, which I believe is Limnophylla sessiliflora, also called ambulia. You'll actually probably see this in some pet stores for aquariums. This is Convolvulus arvensis, or bindweed. And here we go. The one that was identified just the other year is Begonia giganticalis. Okay, I don't know if everybody's familiar with begonias. I'm sure your grandmother or your grandparents probably have a begonia in their kitchen. They're very pretty. They have this unique leaf shape that it's a whorl tucked. Okay, this is a tree. This is the thick trunk. Okay, and Begonia giganticalis is the only sylvan version, or a tree version of this plant. All the others are small shrubs, small little tiny plants, right? So this is a recent find in Tibet, Begonia giganticalis. Cane begonia? No. It just means giant begonia. This is simply coffee. Yep, coffee Arabica. This is Plantago lanceolata, or ribboard plantain, and this is a gharial crocodile down below eating it. This is Tectona grandis, or the teak tree. I'm sure when you walk in the candle section of Walmart, you'll see a lot of teak scented candles. Yes. And teak obviously is also good for furniture making. But here, obviously, it has medicinal properties. Here we have Canarium odontophyllum. It's also locally called Dubai. These are the fruit. These are cut off, the tops are cut off. So often Specker would cut off the tops in the images to show the inside where the seeds are. That's what all these dots are. This is native to Borneo. This is Hedychium, or ginger lily. This is the one type of ginger lily that does not have a bulb, as you can see here below. Here is an amazing find, okay? This is eucalyptus. Eucalyptus trees, or it's red river gum specifically. There's different types of eucalyptus, but this is red river gum, okay? Eucalyptus tree roots fuse into a very flat table-like surface. So here we have that. Here's the distinct red rim of the white flower and the bluish hue of the sepals here. Now, the importance of this is that red river gum only grows on the southeastern coast of Australia. It may have had a more northerly extension in the 1400s, but as of now, it only has a southeastern native range. Either way, it's extraordinary, because that means he made it all the way to Australia in the early 1400s. And I've gone over this over and over again. I'm like, well, maybe it's a different species of eucalyptus. Because there's eucalyptus in some of the islands, but this is red river gum through and through. There's no other white flowered, red rimmed eucalyptus. Here is crepe ginger. And it's Chaleocostus speciosus. This is an unfinished edelweiss. So you can kind of see the route that he's taken, right? This is Aloe ruboviolacea, okay? Red aloe. This is Barrage officinalis, or Himalayan barrage. Alpinia zerumbet, or shell ginger lily. So he actually uses a lot of gingers in ginger lilies, or ginger in general, in the Voynich Manuscript. This is Artemisia vulgaris, or common mugwort. Everyone knows about mugwort. This is Chromanthodium elysiae, or Himalayan mini sunflower. Love this one. This is giant hogweed, or Heracleum candicans. Here, let me, I don't know why I keep doing that. Okay. Okay, this is giant hogweed, and I'm going to show you ones where it has the weird giant offshoots off the base of it. Do do do. Might be easier for me to type in giant hogweed instead. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Giant hogweed. Alright, here we go. Giant hogweed. There's this. Here's an image of, look at these things to the side, right here. Right? And this is being indicated here. So yes, he's drawing all the leaves, but he also needs, he has just enough space, right, to draw this. He's not going to draw the leaves all the way around, right? Let's see if I can find a closer picture. There's another one. You can see it right here. I'm trying to get a side view. Here's a good one. Let's see. Here you have them here. All right, so that is giant hogweed. Yes, actually, that's one of the one of the few that I looked at, and I was like, what's this? What's this? Is that it? But it's not. I've looked at a lot of plants. A lot of plants. All right, this is Oya. It's the only epiphytic vine that has green aerial roots in Asia that I could find. This is Datura Mattel. Similar properties as cannabis. Associated with the Hindu god Shiva. This is Morinda citrifolia, or Indian mulberry, locally called noni. And this is the fruit. And I'll and see how the flower is coming out of the fruit like this? This isn't just, oh, it's the sepal, right? Yes, we know the fruit grows in the sepal. We know that, right? But this is interesting. Let me show you why. And obviously you can tell that this is a tree, right? He uses the same method. That's the tree. Okay, here it is in different stages of its fruiting, right? Okay, all the dots on it, right? But this flowers on these things, and it usually starts flowering more toward the end, typically. See? This is Paeonia lactiflora. It's the Chinese peony, and this is extremely good for epilepsy. In fact, Hildegard de Bingen used this extensively, the peony root ground up, and it worked so it was so effective that royal families would send for her peony powder to help with their children who had epilepsy. This is Delinia indica, or elephant apple tree. I can't zoom in on here, but this is folio 31R. I will show you a zoomed in one on here. Wait a minute, that's not 31R. What did it? (34R). Okay. Enochian and Hildegard. Yeah, Hildegard de Bingen. So if you scroll in here, you can see the thickness here is different from any other flower. Right? So he's indicating that these are the seeds, right? So he's indicating that this is the fruit, right? And yes, fruits come from flowers. We all know that yet again, right? But he's indicating that the flower petals are the fruit, and Indian elephant apple is just that. And I'll show you what I mean. Okay. You see? It starts kind of like fusing together. And basically he just had it, he lops off the top of the fruit quite often. And in fact, these roots kind of remind me of an elephant. Elephant trunk. This is either pepperweed or pepperwort. It could be either or. They're related. This is Ural ferox, or prickly water lily, also called foxnut. If you look closely, let me see if I can do this on here. You can see the little circles he drew underneath the plant. Okay. I'm going to show you an image of Ural fox. Close these out. And the reason why he's drawing the leaves in an upward way is that they do grow upward. See the edges. And here, of course, the circles represent all these raised bits. And see how it grows upward like this, just like in the Voynich. Oops. Oops. Let's see. Here we go. See the edges going upward? That's a common feature of Ural fox. Here you see it again. Grows upward. This is a simple grapevine. That's it. This is just grapes. This is also another favorite of mine. This is Tetrapanax papyriferum, or rice paper plant. This is also native to southern China in Yunnan. Okay. And I'm going to show you some images of it. And his travels in the time period is going to be extremely important. I'm going to explain why later. Here we have the rice paper plant. He does a very good job of depicting it as it is in nature. And you will be able to see the leaves. See, we have separate leaves that are entirely yellow. There's an indication there. Here. I'm trying to find it on the same plant. There. Here. And that's a telltale feature that it has. Nope, I don't want to open that. There's one particular image that I love because it really depicts that very well. If I can find it. I think those first ones kind of indicate it well enough, but again, you're more than welcome to look through on your own. So this is rice paper plant. This is cudweed, okay, and this identification is amazing in and of itself because it finally solidifies that cudweed has an Asian rather than American origin. This is Chinese melonberry. This is a tree. This is Panax ginseng. So these leaves are hastily drawn. And if you look at other medieval herbals, they do the same exact weird circular pattern up the tree. This is another favorite of mine. It's black cardamom, or Amomum subulatum. And yes, this is the yang symbol. I'll show you what it looks like. No, I didn't want to do pods. Black cardamom. Okay. I might have to type in plant because black cardamom is pretty common. Alright, so here is black cardamom. And the cool thing about cardamom is that the flowers grow at the base of the tree. And obviously, hence the fruit. And here we go. There's the sprouting flower. And there is some bipennate leaves, like the leaves split at the top. So that's what he's hastily trying to draw. That here, there's no singular leaf to round it out. There's just a space. See, there's the flower growing at the base. Here is Paulownia tomentosa, or empress tree. These are extremely fast growing. This one is Monochoria vaginalis, or false pickerel weed, locally called Boronuka or Yujua Hua. And I will show you the match here. I'm trying to show you an image of the actual flower stalk, so you can see the blue hue that travels down it and how it attaches, where it attaches near the leaves. So you can see it start to come out, and they can be extremely long, like up to a foot, I believe. And here you have the same thing. It's attached right below the leaves. And it's semi-aquatic. Here is Cyathecline purpura variated variety bicolor, or purple bane, locally called Gangotra. And you can kind of see how he separates the leaves here. And I'll show you, then it kind of, he's showing that it curls, right? It curls upward. So I'm going to show you an image of it. And it's a really tiny plant. Here's a good example of the leaves. Here. And here's a really good example of the flowers. You can see the white and the purple. See? White and purple. I believe this is Trapa natans, or water chestnut. It just floats on the water. This is Cirsium veritum, or occidente, musk thistle. Here's another room called Room Australe. This is wild celery, native to Nepal. Here is Syngonium podophyllum or arrowhead vine. This is Chinese musa or banana plant. This is Himalayan marsh pennywort. This one on the left is Indian snake root. This one is valerian. They both are sedatives, which is why I believe they're on the same page. This is variegated nymphoid cristata, another water plant that kind of floats there. This is Alocasia macrorhiza, or giant elephant ear, also called taro. And, excuse me. This is an unopened ginger lily or curcuma, specifically Zingiber officionale. Just regular ginger that you could buy at the store. This is knotweed. Also indicates that there's a red layer of flesh underneath the brown. This is Hoytunia cordata, or chameleon plant. This is comfrey, and there's a lot of species in this. They all look the same, pretty much. So it could be either one of them. This is sea onion, and sea onion is actually in the herbario as well. This is galanga, or aromatic ginger, specifically Campharia galanga. This is Indian elecampane, or giant fleabane. This is Cardiospermum halicachabum. I hope I said that correctly. Or balloon vine. This is monkey ladder vine. This is Dioscorea, or wild yam. This is some form of thistle, such as Carduus nutans, or musk thistle. Sausoria alpina, or alpine sawwort. This is Rothica serrata, formerly known as Clerodendrum serratum, or beetle killer. This is simply sandalwood. This is gentiana, or blue gentian, specifically scabra, which most associate Gentiana scabra as being Japanese. So it's possible he did go to Japan, or at least close to it. This is just a fern. This is Urtica dioica, or stinging nettle, which is a major Nepalese textile crop. Sounds plausible? Yeah. This is Persicaria hydropiper, or water pepper. This is Blackstonia perfoliata, which is native to Persia. This is a species of apios, or ground nut. Okay. There have been other apios identified in Asia recently, fairly recently. So it's not without question that there is another species out there. But currently, the only known sequential tubered one is in America. That doesn't mean that they don't exist in Asia either. This is Humulus japonicus, or Japanese hops. You can see how he was trying to draw the hops part here, like this, the scaliness of the flower. This is a clove tree. Notice the boxiness, same style as the clove buds. Here we have one of the most important plants. Okay, this is actually a bamboo tree. Okay, there's a specific species too, and I was able to date the exact year that the author of the Voynich Manuscript wrote this manuscript, which was in 1423. And the reason why I know that is because this species of bamboo only flowers every 48 years. And we already know at least several of its documented flowering years. So I just worked my way back every 48 years to find any dates between 1400 and 1450. And only one existed, which was 1423. And this species, of course, is near Dali, Yunnan, China, near the kingdom of Dali. And here, I'll just show you a picture of... Hold on a minute. Okay, so we're going to look at I want to show you these things that grow out of the ground. It's like the sprout things. They look strange. Like when they first start growing out of the ground, I can't describe the word at this point. It's escaping me. This might help. Let's see here. We're just going to type in bamboo, y'all. These things. Here we go. The bamboo shoot. Duh. No, it is bamboo sprout. Yep, bamboo sprout. All right, so that's what they look like. And here you can see the little pointy offshoot, and that is literally what you see here, right here. So although at first glance this looks like just like a fan palm, right? It's not. He's just being artistic in his depiction of the grassy parts. And this is literally what the flowers look like right before they open. So this is okra. This is also from the Horn of Africa. I love some okra, y'all. As you can tell, I'm Southern. So this is Abelmoschus esculentus. This is Malva sylvestris, or common mallow. This is star anise. And here it actually says it right here. Specifically, it says the oil of star anise. Let's see if I can zoom in without it being too grainy. So it's Olei anise sideris aquarius. All right. Here we have Himalayan fleabane. This is Wongbok cabbage, Brassica rapa, species pekinensis. This is mountain knapweed, Centaurea montana. Cassia javanica, or Java cassia, right here. This is Rotula aquatica. This is Artocarpus, such as breadnut, right here. The tops are cut off. You have to remember this is the fruit, and the tops are cut off to show the seeds on the inside. Same thing here. Well, here you got this. It's a radish. It's a Chinese or Japanese red meat radish. This is a mimosa tree in its sapling stage. This is simply garden rocket. It's literally salad. So, arugula. This is one of the ones I looked at over and over again and go, I have seen this before. Where have I seen this? And I literally drove by a place one day and I just stopped the car and I was like, that's it. It's a freaking hydrangea. It is a hydrangea. This is mountain ash tree. Here we have ginkgo biloba. Everybody knows ginkgo biloba. And yes, You can even see, you know what? Let's go ahead and pull up some images so we can see the roots of ginkgo biloba. They are spiny. Oops. See? Here we have the spininess of the ginkgo biloba. And he depicts it there as well. And if you want, we can, excuse me, we can show you the leaves. Or just the tree itself, I guess. I didn't realize that they grow that big. Had no clue. See, there are the leaves of the ginkgo biloba tree. I thought it remained tiny, but I didn't realize it was giant. So, the more you know, you guys. Okay, here's another favorite of mine. It's Patamagitan, this one right here. It's an aquatic plant. These actually are not the roots at all. These are the leaves that have died off and are floating in the water. This is also floating on the surface of the water. I'll show you. See, it's got the same thick tubular stalk that you see. I'm going to find you the best picture that I was like, that's it. Let's see here. But do you see how they kind of go in a particular direction? So he's just depicting them either brown or green. Some of them have a bluish tint. I'm not sure exactly which species. It could be Natans. Here we have another aquatic. These are all aquatic plants. This is semi-aquatic, but this is aquatic. Okay, this is moneywort, locally named Brahmi. Okay, you'll absolutely see this in aquarium stores. This is called Hangwana Malayana, right here. And this grows on riverbanks and ponds right on the edge. This is horseradish tree, and its roots taste like radish. Here we have aconitum, or wolfsbane. also called aconite. This is poor man's ginseng. Poor man's ginseng. This is the last one, Piper nigrum, or black peppercorn. It's just black pepper. Okay. So that is all of that. And then as we can see from the plant identifications, we can see the route that he took. All the way across the Himalayan arc to Dali. But then, obviously, he traveled all the way down into the Banda Islands, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, Australia, even. And the importance of this route in 1423 is that there was only one other person to have done this in the 1420s, and that is Niccolo da Conti. He was a very well-known Venetian explorer, obviously from Venice, Italy, just on the other side of Switzerland. And Niccolo da Conti went on a Far East voyage from 1419 to 1444. Went all over the place, okay? But there were specific areas in which he went, and these were all the regions and places that Clemens Specker, who I believe is the author of the Voynich Manuscript, went. The Voynich Manuscript maps it out perfectly. And there's a lot of conjecture about where Niccolo da Conti went in some places, because there's a paragraph, there's a passage that just states that he went to many more places, and it wasn't specifically documented. But there's been, scholarly mention, did he go to Japan? Did Niccolo da Conti make it to Australia, right? So, my theory is that the author of the Voynich Manuscript was on the same voyage with, not concurrently, but with Niccolo da Conti the entire time. Documenting all of the plants. It's too perfect of a match, even down to the rice paper plant, because Niccolo da Conti's described that certain Indians would write on the leaves of a tree, right? And that's what the rice paper plant is. You also have to remember that India was considered the entire East, right? And a huge swath of Asia, not just actual India. So they use the term broadly to all peoples across Asia, including Central Asia, way over in Myanmar, Burma, Japan. All of it would have been India. So I absolutely believe that the author of the Voynich Manuscript was with Niccolo da Conti in 1423. And that's the basis of it, you guys. The rest of it is just me describing how I derive my decipherment. Here's soror, here's sororum, here's soror, S-O. And then, of course, this X thing is the rum. It's actually an R with a crossed ascender, or descender, I should say. No, that's ascender. Yeah, ascender, crossed ascender. And you're more than welcome to, you can purchase my book on Amazon and Ingram Spark. The Dalai Lama version, which is the most up-to-date, which is the one that we're going over right now, that is, the hardback is available. There's also the hardback paperback and ebook of the first edition. Oh, and there's also the ebook of the Dalai Lama edition as well. And you can also purchase the Dalai Lama edition on Ingram Spark, but I will tell you, if you purchase it there, it's slower to get to you. It could take up to a month for shipment, whereas Amazon, you can get it in 2 days. Or if you want the ebook, you can get it instantly, but the book is so much nicer. So much nicer. Format and everything else. If you guys have any questions, please ask them. Oh, I forgot to mention the really neat thing at the back of the book. So, or the back of the manuscript. At the very end of the manuscript, it's what I call the Rosetta Stone. It's an extraneous passage. It's written in German, Latin, and the weird script that he uses. Okay, so he's basically indicating what languages are there within the weird script. Okay, and I'm going to read it to you. Oh, I didn't show you the other thing. I'm going to read this first, and I'm going to show you the other thing. Okay. All right. So this is the cipher key, okay, on folio 116 verso. I'm going to show the image to you first so that you can see what I mean. Here we go. All right, this is German here. This is also German here. Uberen, Welsh, Uberen, Sonim Ges Mish. Okay. Here is what looks like Michi Tan Ola Sabas, right? But that's not correct. It's not Ola Sabas. This is an E, that is an I, so it's Olii. This is also an E and an I. So I'm going to tell you what it says. Oh, and in medieval Latin, instead of it just being an H, like it would be mihi, they write a C. Michi. Michi tone. Okay. Okay, so this is what it says. The top part says Vox Liben Vinen Vinifer, or the word of life, the wine-bearing vine. In the main passage, it says Michi ton olie de bas, right? And when you break that down, because this right here is abbreviation in and of itself, okay? So it stands for Michi totiens olie di beatus. Michi totiens olie de beatus numen licet quatuor talis tenior tenere naturalis ordinare triplicis mixtura simplex mea rexit enim habitent mea re enim aster ordinat curati cum velsh uberin sonim ges mish. And in English it means, I have myself so often been blessed by the oil of God. The divine power permits the four, or the four humors. Such am I held to keep the natural order, a simple mixture of threefold, referencing the oils, stars, and plants used to create the electuaries. It ruled over mine, and it was ruled by my authority. For indeed, let them live for the sake of my being. The star determines secure with strange things from beyond, or from afar, so take my spirit. Now, before I identified all of the plants except for two of them. I decided to take a look at this last passage, right? And sure enough, it helped me figure out that I was right on the money, because it says, from strange things from beyond or far away. And so when I looked at it, I was like, from afar, far. And I kept saying far. I was like, wait a minute. Star anise is from Asia. I was like, it's the Far East. It's from the Far East. So yes, there you have it. Another mind-blowing confirmation. You're like, what about this whole Buddhism thing, right? Okay. Not quite. Not quite. So that guy's Italian. This is Swiss German, and the paleography involved in the Voynich Manuscript indicates Swiss German. Now I talk about that a lot. If you buy the book, you can read all about it. I didn't go over it this time. You know what? Let me just type in blue window. That makes more sense. Blue window. Sometime today. There's such a delay with PDFs on like searching the PDF. All right, I'm just gonna. We're just gonna find it. All right, we're nearby. I know that much. Here we go. All right. Here we have the folio with the blue windows. Okay. And I'm going to bring it up here. Here we go, the folio of the Bathing Sisters, and here we have the 7 blue windows. But these are not blue windows. These are actually what they call chatyas, which is the archway that the medicine Buddha sits in. Or the Buddha in general, really. But here it's the medicine Buddha. Now, we're going to take a closer look at what's inside these archways. Because you can see that there's a circle. There's circles inside these archways. There's one there, one there, one there. You can barely see this one here, but it's right there. Here's another. Here's another, and this one, these last two are more visible, and they have dots in the center. But what do you see here in this one? This last one, the seventh one. If anybody wants to take a stab at answering the question, that'd be fantastic. I want to see what your thoughts are on this. Because I was literally blown away by what I saw. It was a, I can't believe it, no way. People? A person, yeah. Yep. So as it goes along, it gets more detailed. Okay? And that's on purpose. And the number 7, of course, is on purpose. Okay, so I decided to take a closer look. Okay. The blue windows are not windows at all, because why in the world would you have windows? Shouldn't they be green? You think they would be green, right? Like the olive oil. But they're blue, which doesn't make sense if they're windows. So they're not windows, though. They're chaityas. And here we go. Here we have the medicine Buddha sitting down. You can see his feet are right here. There's his knees. This is his robed arm, okay? He's touching the ground. This is his robed arm here. This is his bare arm, so this side of his body does not have a robe. You can see the line here where his elbow is, his hand, and he's holding the terminalia. It's the stem of the stalk of the plant. Here's the other side of his arm right here. Here's his shoulder. This is his head. Just a simple circle with a dot between his eyes. Right there. So this is the seated medicine Buddha. And there is importance in the color of the color blue, the number 7, the fact that his right arm is down and it is robed, where his left arm is up, bare, and holding something toward his chest. So this is actually the way he's seated in lotus position is typical. However, the mudra, the way in which he's moving his arms and hands, is particular. It's called the bringing the earth to witness, or calling the earth to witness, where the right arm is down touching the earth and the left hand is up toward the chest, usually holding something. Okay? And basically, Siddhartha Gautama, when he became enlightened, right? Sakyamuni Buddha, when he became enlightened under the Bodhi tree, he did this mudra. Basically, he's calling all of the earth and every sentient being to witness his enlightenment. And so, Medicine Buddha, okay, also does this mudra as well, okay? And so, we know this is Medicine Buddha, okay? He has 7 emanations. If you read the story about it, you'll see, okay? His color is blue. And he's called the king of lapis lazuli light. His stone is lapis lazuli. And in Tibetan Buddhism and Vajrayana, he radiates lapis lazuli light outward. So this is what this represents. He is radiating, as the king of lapis lazuli light, he is radiating blue light as he is meditating in this mudra posture in the Chatya. And so the tile in the back of the manuscript is actually a lapis lazuli stone. And yes, it does have yellow in it. If you look at cut stone, there's some yellow on the edges. And it has a somewhat blocky, rectangular style. Also, rainbows are extremely important in Tibetan Buddhism, as are these colors. As you know, Tibetan Buddhist monks wear yellow, red, and orange. The women found throughout the manuscript are actually dakinis. You can see that they wear ribbons only, pretty much ribbons, and they have tiaras, and they are offering their arm bangles, and that is a very specific reference in the transmission of wisdom and healing in Tibetan Buddhism, is where the dakini offers jewelry to the practitioner. And dakinis are also, they also do hold staves, and here we have one with a staff. There are also wrathful dakinis, and here we got some going on right here. They're angry and fighting. So that's a Christian monk's version of that. And here we go. We have the tiaras with the ribbons and the staffs. There's also Mary imagery, but it's syncretic with the medicine Buddha. This is actually a double vajra here in the shape of a flower. This represents the transmission of the divine. She represents Tara, Mary, but also just like the Buddha nature, right? Being transmitted through the bumpa, or the cob de pottery, the oil flowing and connected to the star of Jesus, the fixed star. All right, and here's of course the lapis lazuli color being transmitted to the baby Jesus, who's laying down swaddled in olive oil inside a bumpa lid. But these bumpa lids are actually also in the style of Soon Oak, Myanmar water vessels as well. So bumpas are Tibetan water vessels for offerings, and Soon Oak or Soon Oke are the Burmese version. So, and this is important because where Specker was, where the author of the Voynich Manuscript was primarily at the convergence of Tibet, southern China, and Burma or Myanmar, right there, where Dali, Yunnan, China is. So he's documenting all these. It's literally a melting pot, of different cultures, but still through the lens of Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism, because they all practiced it in that area. And then, of course, you've got the celestial map in the back, and that is really neat. It's really neat. It basically is a flattened version of a 3D chandelier, but it represents, not chandelier, that's the best way I can describe it, but it represents the Dharma wheel, but it also represents Mount Meru. So, floating in the sky. If you were to pull up the center, everything else would kind of like cascade a little bit downward. See, here's a very, very straightforward sentence. Ort aster hoc ostendent osis. The birth star will show the disease, or will reveal the disease. You know, I was wondering why. I saw Bud Island, but I didn't want to make any assumptions. I was like, I wonder if he's Buddhist, and he just shortened it. Well, that's awesome. Hello. So I guess this is right up your alley. So basically, the foundation of the Voynich Manuscript, although it on the surface level appears to be Christian, it is not. It's syncretic. Oh, Vancouver Island. Okay, cool. I used to live in Canada. What was I saying? Oh, it represents inner, outer, and secret Kala chakra. So basically, the secret Kala chakra is the inner and outer combined, both the plant healing and the inner person working in tandem together. The 8 auspicious symbols are also here, hidden throughout the manuscript. Let's see. Of course, we already kind of discussed the Dharma wheel, so that's there. And the Boompas, so that's there. The treasure vase. But I kind of wanted to show you the other ones because it's pretty neat. By the time it finds the word, I think I might find it before it does. Let's see. Okay, here, see, here we have the Chatyas. There. Here, the Chatyas in the Voynich Manuscript on the celestial map. Okay, so here we have the auspicious symbols of Buddhism. Okay, here's the parasol. The treasure vase, I didn't put anything there simply because you can find them throughout the whole entire manuscript. Oh. I should have. Okay. It moved me. All right. Goodness gracious. Here we go. Okay, I'm exiting out of that. Okay, so here we have the Dharma wheel. Okay. The 8 spokes of the Dharma wheel. Here's the 2 fish. Here's the endless knot. Okay. The lotus flower. These are lotus petals she's offering. Here's the lotus flower. Here's the golden banner. That's the golden banner. Here we have the conch shell. She's doing exactly how monks would use it today. And the Bumpa lids are used to create the elixirs that he keeps talking about, and that's what she's doing. She's taking the holy conch shell and dispensing it, but she's also blowing on it to sound, right? Just as monks do, as a trumpet. But the elixir basically is just a tea. So not only do you create olive or oil electuaries from seeds from the plants, but you also create elixirs or teas from the plants. I want to make sure that I have not missed any of the major points here. Excuse me. There's lots of other, really unique details, of course. But the main premise is that this is based on Kala Chakra, the Wheel of Time, and Tibetan Sower Rigpa, the science of healing. That he traveled through the Horn of Africa, Persia, Banda Island, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, Australia, possibly to Japan, and back up through near, Greece and Croatia and through the Mediterranean and all the way back up to Switzerland. And here we have the distribution of the different types of plants. As you can see, the majority are in Yunnan. I have other subjects, other identifications in the Dalai Lama edition of the book called the Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher and the Compendium. You're more than welcome to read it. It's pretty interesting stuff, of course. But I think that is all for tonight. I've been on here for, gosh, over 3 hours, three and a half hours. Thank you for your time, and hopefully I can cut this up into smaller videos, which I think would be helpful. So if you guys have any questions, I am all ears. I'm not sure if you could hear me the entire time I've been talking. I accidentally switched scenes and I don't think I added audio input capture on that one. Let me know if you could hear me. This is the first time I've used this, so. No worries, I don't mind repeating it. Okay, so yes, to answer your question, there are new medicines, okay, but there's also old ones, but there's new applications as well. I'm coming out with a book called The Curatorium, which is the name of the herbal section, and there's over 100 plants, right? So I'm going to devote at least 5 pages per plant because I want to get into the details of Tibetan sour rigpa application of these plants, how they may be different, how they may be similar, usages, historical habitat, just all of it, because it's important. Conservation of these plants is extremely important, and they are very relevant to modern medicine. So I think modern medicine would benefit a great deal if they recognized traditional medicines around the globe. But it does bring Asian traditional medicine to the forefront as being a part of medicine, of the journey of medicine. And I think we need to recognize that more so. The Voynich Manuscript is going to do so many things now that we know what it says. So many things. And I am absolutely excited to see what it brings about. I hope that answered your question. It's a general answer, I know, but it's an answer. So that book that I'm going to come out with, The Curatorium, is going to answer all of that in detail. I really have to research a lot because I want to make sure I am thorough. All right, I'm trying to add another scene here that says taking questions. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Grant. You know, I saw the Voynich manuscript when I was a kid, not like in person, but like on a documentary. And I've always loved cryptography and cryptids too, paranormal, mysteries, all that neat stuff, right? Anything that has, ancient puzzles, all that stuff. And I've always liked medieval manuscripts. And I didn't think about it again for a long time, long time, over 15 years at least. And saw it again on a documentary, October of 2023. And I thought to myself, nobody's done it yet? Okay, well, I'm going to try. And, I've been called persistent my whole life. I am. If you want to describe me in one word, it is persistent. I do not stop. I don't give up. I'm a squeaky wheel. I will keep at something until I get it right. Okay? I don't let things go, and I constantly search for truth. So that right there helped me quite a bit. I literally worked on it every day. And I'm not exaggerating. Every day. Hours on end. That's what I did. I didn't go do anything else. I had no other forms of entertainment. It was do this or don't do it at all. So, if you buy the book on Amazon, please feel free to leave a review. I've got 3 reviews on there so far, and I wouldn't mind hearing your thoughts on my work. Alright, so I'm going to add another source here. I'm using Streamlabs, and it's the first time I've ever used it. So, let's see here. Chat box, video capture. I just want to do text. Add text to scene. Add source. Please enter the name of the source. Okay, did it. Now what do I do? If anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask away. Okay, use Google font. Font family, select the option. List is empty. Text. Alright. Whoa, that's giant. I don't need the... How in the world? I'm still here. Yep, I'm just taking questions. I'm just adding this on here to make it a little bit prettier. Oh, I see. It's not using all of my photos for my slideshow. I just now noticed that. I wanted actually to use the whole thing. Let's see here. It might be easier. Let's see. Delete. Add files. Yes, if you have any other questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I'm just trying to get this to fix itself. All right. Oh yes, absolutely. Yes, there's the deeper spiritual meaning um, of the Voynich Manuscript. It's meant to bring you to enlightenment, not just heal the body, but heal the mind and the heart as well. All right, let's see if I can get this to... But we're going to try. Oh my gosh, did it work? I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. All 200 and something pages. 206. So yes, I believe he is Clemens Specker of Koningsfeld Abbey in Windisch, Switzerland. If it's not him, my second contender is Enriques de Bacharach of southern Germany. They were contemporaries of each other, and that's not too far away. I also wouldn't be surprised if they both went together. So Clemens Specker was a sacristan monk. He was there for 12 years at Koningsfeld Abbey. Koningsfeld Abbey was built by Albrecht II's wife. I believe her name was Elizabeth. It's escaping me right now. But they built the Habsburgs built a castle there, and then right across the way built Koningsfeld Abbey. In 1523, the abbey was dissolved. And so that is around the time that Rudolph II was born. So that indicates that all of the contents of the abbey, once the abbey was dissolved during the great, oh my god, I'm drawing a blank. I've been on here for too long. Starts with an R. Anyway, basically, you know, the war between Catholics and Protestants. The Great Reformation. There we go. The abbey was dissolved in 1523. Rudolph II, who was supposed to have his occult collection and house the Voynich Manuscript, was born around that time, so it wouldn't be out of the question for the Habsburgs to take all of that and distribute it among the family. Oh yes, so it was deciphered for two reasons, okay? The first, and this comes from his European background, is that there's the cult of the Myroblite, okay, which basically is female-led Christians, nuns, that were trying to focus the holy anointing oil of Jesus toward Mary, right, and have a feminine aspect to it rather than just male-centered, because it seemed like the men, right, the monks had too much power, and the nuns were pretty much, women were swept to the wayside. And the cult of the Myroblite was not taken well during that time period. The other major reason why it's ciphered is because of the Kala Chakra Tantra. It's called the secret Kala Chakra for a reason. So not everybody should just know about it. You know what I mean? And yes, it was, okay, let's see how, it's two things at once. And this happens throughout the manuscript. It can be two things at once. It's both a highly redacted form of Latin, but it's also ciphered. He customized it, yes, but it's also just abbreviated Latin. So basically he took what he already knew to be true, right? He already knows, or knew, that the same scribal hand stroke for C, T, R, I, they're all the same. It all looks exactly the same, and he knew that, so he played on that easily, so it made everything look the same, when in reality it wasn't. So, and that's known in medieval manuscript writing. C's, T's, R's, I's, E's, they all look exactly the same. But he's extremely intelligent to be able to do this. Extremely. I mean, I could see why some have said, oh, it's Leonardo da Vinci. No. Just because something's difficult to do and it takes an extremely intelligent person to do it doesn't mean it's all, the one famous person, the Renaissance man that we know. You know what I mean? It can be other people. There are other smart people out there, So. I'm sure there's going to be a huge amount of people interested with all those who have attempted to find the meaning. There must be some online groups who deserve a huge audience? Are you saying who deserve? I mean, I know a lot of people spent I get it. I was stressing out for a long time. Like, I gotta hurry up and do this. Someone else is gonna do this before I do. you know? It's emotionally taxing. So. I will say that some things are happening right now that I'm working on for the next 2 or 3 months with this. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Um, it's just a matter of time before this takes off. It's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, I am surprised that I have not had backing from Yale or Lisa Fagan Davis. Lisa Fagan Davis is said to be the expert on the Voynich Manuscript. I won't comment on that at this point, but she has not been interested. I will leave it at that. And that's okay. That's her decision. That's their decision. eventually, they're going to have to come back around to this, to my work, because there's no other explanation. And that's fine. I just want this information out there. It's important in more ways than one. It's not just a neat puzzle that's been solved. You know, it's more than that. And I really hope that others see that now because of what it says, where it comes from, you know. It's going to do a lot of good, but people have to be on board with the truth of it. Does that make sense? There are so many things that this manuscript does, like so many firsts, okay, that it's breaking world records or like commonly held assumptions in academia, like one after the other. Um, and I kind of touch on that a little bit in the book. Let me put up, excuse me, how to get to my book. That might help. I'm going to add another text box. Let's see here. Okay. I forgot to rename it. Now it's up there twice. That's okay. We'll delete one. Oh, yeah, I'm not allowed in there. I've tried. Let me put it this way. There are some people that are angry that someone else did it instead of being supportive. And I've run into that quite a bit. It's kind of disappointing. I thought it would be different, but um, but that's okay. I'm just not going to focus on if they don't want to hear what I have to say. That's fine. I'm not going to force them to. So I'm just going to keep on doing what I'm doing and move forward. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, I. So I've been practicing Vajrayana Buddhism since I realized what this was about, and um, anyway, my guru Rinpoche, or my guru, I call him Rinpoche though, but he said to me, uh, if they're not willing to listen, find someone else. Keep at it. Keep finding someone else. Keep deciphering it. Keep going. He said you can't focus on um, the negativity. It's not going to get you anywhere because the goal the ultimate goal is to get the information out there. And if I keep knocking on the wrong door, it's not going to help me any. So I'm taking his advice. But I also have a Voynich Manuscript Reddit as well, and I'll put my YouTube videos on there. But I need to start posting on them more often. Yes. So I have the time now to hit the ground running this year. I'm going to reapply for my grant. I've got two different one's a professor emeritus, the other one is a current professor, and you're going to love this. You're going to love this. Uh, both are linguistic anthropologists, okay? Um, the other one also has a love for Asian plants and writes about that as well. So I was like, oh joy. So that'll be interesting. So they're going to write their professional opinion on my work shortly. I have sent my book over to the National Cryptologic Museum. So things are going to happen. They're going to happen. With or without support from Yale, with or without support from Lisa Fagan Davis, with or without the support from some random Voynich Manuscript Reddit, that's fine. Because I'm confident, so confident that that the research I have done is correct, that the method I have revealed is correct. I'm not worried about any of that. All I can do is just keep going in the direction which is what I should be doing. But I'm excited about this next book. I'm excited about the things to come forward. I didn't get the grant this time. I've never applied for a grant before in my life, so I have to fix how I pitched my proposal. Need to fix the itinerary, and just provide the professional opinions on my research, and I'm golden after that. Those were the only three things that I needed to do. So, but now I know to do them, and so I'll be applying for that grant again before April. But it's not the only one I can apply for. So, anyway, I've been chatting for quite a while. I've actually gone over my self-imposed time limit by 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Thank you for your time, you guys. I really appreciate it. I apologize for the raspy voice. I've been trying to make it through with some tea. All right. So I'll probably be back on in a few days, maybe. It definitely will be a lot shorter. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, comment on my other videos, and I hope you guys have a great evening. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening. I really